Good morning, Commissioner, and he's joining us via Zoom today.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify before you, and I appreciate being able to do this remotely.
Absolutely, thank you. And if you can, before you get started, if you can raise your right hand. Do you promise swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, Commissioner, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Representative, honorable members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. For the record, I am Thomas J. Soddy. I'm honored to have been nominated to continue to serve as Commissioner of the Connecticut State Department of Veterans Affairs by Governor Lamont. And I really appreciate the opportunity to appear before you, tell you a little bit about myself and my service, and then to answer any questions that you may have. I was reconfirmed as Commissioner back in March of 2019 after serving as Commissioner from February 2018 until that time, and prior to that served as Acting Commissioner from October 2017 until early 2018. Prior to serving as Acting Commissioner, I was Chief of Staff and General Counsel for the agency. And prior to that, I had served as an Assistant Attorney General for the state of Connecticut for 15 years, also as a special prosecutor. I am currently a Lieutenant Colonel in the United States Army Reserve Judge Advocate General Corps. I commissioned in the military in November 2005. On the personal side, I live in Danbury with my wife, Valerie Ventura Soddy, and we are the proud parents of twin children. I'm a graduate of Western Connecticut State University, Quinnipiac College School of Law, and the U.S. Army's Command and General Staff College. The mission, as many of you have heard, but it's always worth repeating, of the department is serving those who served. And with those 4 words comes really a great responsibility, because as we know, it's only because of those who have served and those who continue to serve in our armed forces that you and I and all of us are able to live in this great, free, and democratic nation. So I do want to thank all our veterans on the committee, veterans in the legislature and across our state for their service to our state and nation. And I take that mission of serving those who serve to heart professionally and personally as a veteran myself, which is why I have worked with the DVA team to update programs and procedures over the last several years to better deliver our services, particularly of long-term skilled nursing care, residential program and rehabilitative services. We've expanded our Office of Advocacy and Assistance, assisting veterans in filing claims with the federal VA, and we've made many improvements and upgrades to our cemetery and memorial services operations, as well as our state veterans cemetery in Middletown. All of this has been accomplished during challenging times, and I want to give the credit to the DVA staff and the great partnerships that we have with federal VA, with our state agencies and community-based nonprofits, because we pool our resources as a force multiplier to be able to deliver these programs and services and expand without a heavy impact to the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut. I'm really proud of the great work of the staff at the DVA, particularly through the COVID-19 pandemic, during which we maintained all on-campus direct care operations and our statewide programs and services, including at our state veterans cemetery when other states closed down or tapered back their services. And during that time, we cared for more than 300 veteran patients and residents at our facility. And sadly, we lost 5. But putting that into the context of the losses in other states, the DVA staff minimized the negative impacts of the pandemic on our veterans at our campus and on our staff. We also maintained, again, our operations in our skilled nursing facility and throughout our campus. Over the past few years, we've completed many major upgrades to the State Veterans Cemetery, a major Americans with Disabilities Act improvements to our campus, new sprinkler and alarm systems, and renovations of our veteran residential rooms. And we recently dedicated our historic auditorium as the Connecticut Gold Star Families Memorial Auditorium back in November. And that auditorium now is being utilized by our agency and by others to honor veterans, to hold programs, services, and recreational events for veterans across the state. We expanded our annual Veterans and Service Members Stand Down from 1 location at Rocky Hill to now 5 locations across the state. And we continue programmatic and physical improvements across our campus and around the state. So I hope that I have your support and that of the legislature to continue to serve my brother and sister veterans. I'll continue to apply my experiences at the DVA in a transparent manner to maintain and improve our programs and services for veterans. and I'm happy to respond to any questions, concerns, or comments you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Commissioner, and congratulations on your nomination. And thank you for your service, not just to the state of Connecticut, but to the country as well. We're certainly lucky to have you here. You mentioned housing facilities managed by the VA. How many veterans are currently housed in one of those facilities, and is there a waiting list?
So we have three, it's a three-pronged answer. We have our skilled nursing facility, which is on our campus, and we do have available beds for long-term skilled nursing care. We currently have approximately 85 to 90. It's a moving number in our skilled nursing facility, but there are beds available. We also have our residential programs and services housing, which is a communal living facility known as either the residential facility or domiciliary. We have approximately 100 veterans living there currently, and we do have available rooms for veterans. Finally, we have 5 family homes, 5 homes with 3 bedrooms for veterans who have a spouse and or minor children to live in. Currently, 1 is available, but somebody is going in there. There is a wait list for those homes, but those are our 3 residential programs, and we're constantly looking at outreach to make sure people know that these programs are available. And each of those also has supportive services, social workers, recreational support, therapeutic support, vocational support to residential and to our family housing. Less of that on the skilled nursing side because that's focused then on the delivery of healthcare to those who are in a long-term skilled nursing setting.
Thank you for that. And then I think you mentioned that you've been in the department since 2015, I believe. Have you seen a change in the need for the veterans over the last, 8 or so years?
One of those goes right to the family housing issue. Federal VAs recognize this, and we recognize it, that we need to look at more types of family housing than individual housing or communal living setting. So at the agency, we are looking at some of our existing buildings to see if we can expand our on-campus family housing program, which is known as Patriots Landing, and also working with community-based providers to get people to family-type housing. With regard to individual veterans, what we are seeing is more of a need for counseling and social work support for them. So at the DVA in the last 2 years, we have expanded that. We have a new social worker on campus, another recreational therapist on campus, as well as an adult professional counselor. These are 3 new positions that we've added in the past couple of years. On the skilled nursing side, what we saw is a hesitation, obviously through the pandemic, for people to go into skilled nursing care at times, concern for their personal safety because of the disease. That said, we are now seeing people again applying, and that there is a need for skilled nursing for our veterans. The key thing with skilled nursing for veterans is, in addition to the general conditions that an individual has as they age, as we all age, the veterans that we care often have concomitant conditions such as PTSD. They may be victims of traumatic brain injury or other things. So they tend to be more complex in the need for care. And so that's why we believe the skilled nursing facility on our campus is incredibly important to support, because it is the only veteran-only skilled nursing facility in the state of Connecticut.
And then just one other question, and this one's specifically surrounding mental health. What are some of the services that the VA provides some of our veterans when it comes specifically to the mental health?
No, very good question, and need to begin with speaking a little bit about federal VA versus the state DVA. The federal VA is the major provider of clinical, surgical, and mental health supportive services to veterans. That VA system, approximately 58,000 Connecticut veterans are in the federal VA healthcare system. We conduct co-managed care with federal VA of those veterans that are within our care. Now, on the state DVA side, we provide long-term residential facility, skilled nursing, but we also do have mental health supportive services in partnership with DEMIS and also with the Connecticut National Guard. So it's not just for veterans, but we have National Guard and Reserve personnel, as well as veterans come to our campus through our partnership with DEMIS to provide mental health supportive services. But we always make sure that we are looking at this from a standpoint of co-managed care, which means with our partnership with the federal VA, veterans can access a broad range of supportive mental health services with federal VA, as well as with community-based partners. And then on our campus, as I said, our addition to adding additional social workers, adult counselors, as well as partnerships with substance abuse prevention programs in the community, our regional vet centers, which are under the federal VA, but provide group settings for veterans to come together in therapeutic talk sessions. We work on all of those things for our veterans. The key issue here, I find, is not a lack of programs and services, whether it's mental health, physiological, or clinical for veterans. It's that they don't know where those services are or how to engage them. So outreach is the key. We do as much as we can, and always encourage legislators to put the link to our website and to the federal VA in their materials so that we can get veterans to their clinical support and services. We also send information to the municipal vet rep program to try to get through municipalities out to veterans and veteran service organizations this information, where they can go, engage with programs and services. And our office of advocacy assistance, we have 5 district offices with veteran service officers who represent veterans for free in filing for claims. So we use those offices to often engage, and some of the legislators on the committee and other committees, we've held town hall sessions, we've held informational benefit fairs to try to engage with veterans at the community level.
Commissioner, I really appreciate those answers. I will open it up to committee members. I'll start with my ranking member, Representative Iaccarino, and followed by Senator Martin.
Good to see you, Mr. Chair. I wish I was there. Commissioner Sadi, we had a good conversation before the meeting started, and I think you've done a tremendous job for our veterans, our families in the state of Connecticut over your tenure and prior to that. I don't really have a lot of questions because I asked you quite before we started, but I do. You mentioned the municipal conduit, basically point person or people. Is that working out well? I mean, I know in the past there was always that miscommunication or lack of communication.
So the municipal vet rep program is working. However, there are things that I'm working with other members of the legislature, members, this committee, and particularly the VA Military Affairs Committee, on potential updates to the statutory authority for that to provide some more accountability as well as interaction. So it's a good program, and many municipalities do an exceptional job, even on a regional level, such as Bristol, Somers, Danbury. We have a director of Veterans Affairs to comply with the statute. But there is some improvements that could be made, and I've been having ongoing conversations that have provided a number of recommendations to the VA Military Affairs Committee to help to bolster that program.
We all appreciate that. I really don't have any other questions. I'm sorry, I'm just a little under the weather, but I'm looking forward to supporting you on the floor, and anything I could do as a representative or a citizen of Connecticut to help the VA, the DVA, and yourself, and all the men and women. I do want to mention, you have such a good team behind you. We discussed this prior. You've done a great job, but you really can't do it without your team. So thank them also. And let's hope that we get more housing in the future for our families. And God bless you and thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin, followed by Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Senator.
I missed being on the Veterans Committee, and I agree with Representative Iaccarino. I think you've done a great job since you've been the commissioner. Back in 2015-16, I think those were the years that during our budget deficit, the honor guards were being on the chopping block, so to speak. From that point, I know we lobbied extremely hard, and we got those funds replaced in the budget. Any concerns going forward at your end regarding those funds, and do we need more?
Thank you very much, Senator. Good to see you. Appreciate your support. That actually is a budget item that is under the military department, not the Department of Veterans Affairs. And it is my understanding that the funds are available and that the current dynamic with the military department under the very able and great leadership of General Yvonne are able to carry out and support that honor guard system. And so people understand The Honor Guard is not just a federal a federal issue. It's a blended approach between federal and state. A flag and flag folders are provided. However, Connecticut goes beyond that in providing a rifle detail and an expanded honor guard for the purposes of burying our veterans with the appropriate honors that they deserve. So as I understand it, the funding is there and it continues to operate well since those matters were addressed a couple of budgets ago.
So I was going to ask you regarding the increasing the stipend that's provided to those that go to the service and being part of the Honor Guard. I know that I don't think they've had an increase in pay in a while. So I'll hold my questions for another area through the Finance Committee, I guess, or appropriations. Commissioner, regarding the cemetery, I know I've learned that annually we bury, or maybe weekly, we bury 15 to 20 veterans in Middletown. And it seems like the plots are diminishing quite quickly here. How long before we've used up all the plots, and what are the plans going forward for providing additional plots?
So thank you for that question, Senator. We actually bury somewhere between 500 to 700 or intern 500 to 700 veterans or eligible spouses in the State Veteran Cemetery in Middletown annually. We completed a master plan approximately 3 years ago. That master plan included a detailed demographic study in Connecticut, as well as land use and acquisition study. As part of that, we now can estimate that the State Veteran Cemetery in Middletown will likely reach capacity sometime within the next 5 to 7 years for internments. We do in-ground casket burials, in-ground cremated remain internments, and we also have above-ground columbarium cremated remain internments. We must maintain all three of those actively in order to maintain compliance with the National Cemetery Administration rules at the federal level. And we are a federally recognized state veteran cemetery. So what we've been doing to address this backstop that we're going to hit in the next 5 to 7 years is, over the last couple of years, we've engaged in a very active process to see how we can expand the size of the existing cemetery in Middletown, whether it is with property that abuts the cemetery directly or property across the street or down the street, which is known federally as an expansion as opposed to establishing a new cemetery. I will tell you, as a matter of policy, I oppose establishing an entirely new cemetery in another part of the state, because that would then require duplication of services, and also would create complications with administering that, and it adds into the issue of the lengthy time for grant process for federal dollars. So we're looking at expanding Middletown. There are a series of properties in the area. I can't get into the details of discussions with potential property owners without revealing the details of negotiations, but we are engaged actively with the Department of Administrative Services Property Review Division and one of the deputy commissioners there. We hope in the next year or two to be able to secure additional land, and that will allow us to add probably another generation of operation to the cemetery to bring us, not 5 or 7 years, but 20 years of being able to inter our veterans with honor in Middletown. We'll add that we have added a small pieces of property on by Connecticut Valley Hospital transferring property to us to allow us to move administrative operations to spaces that then free up some more property within the cemetery so that we can maintain as much of an active burial operation in Middletown as long as possible. But we are actively searching for property, and I can speak offline with any individual legislators who would like more information, but we can't go into the details of negotiation with property owners.
Tom, what's the capital needs that you're going to be asking for in the next year or two?
Capital needs for the cemetery or the agency overall?
No, the agency as a whole, sorry.
Okay, so we do have a capital plan, a capital facilities plan, a 5-year plan. We currently are actively engaged in upgrades to our boiler heating and hot water system that's part of the capital plan, as well as lighting and electrical upgrades, which may or may not include solar options on campus. We are looking at putting in some additional capital requests as it relates to ongoing maintenance and improvement. What we have is an 80 to 90-year-old campus. It was built under the Roosevelt administration, the WPA program, just as many of our campuses around Connecticut, which look similar to DVA. So what we have is the need for ongoing capital dollars, and we've been receiving them, and the administration has been very supportive to maintain and fix those older facilities and mechanical systems when they fail, but also to install new ones. We are looking at putting a new water line in, as well as upgrading some of our roads, as well as our security system on campus. So, but we've been working closely with OPM, with the Office of the Governor, on laying these out. And I feel comfortable that we're in a good position to both maintain regular operations, as well as look forward into improving and upgrading the campus. On the cemetery side, what will be needed is, and we would look for the appropriate funding to purchase property if necessary, and then we'd be applying to the federal government for grants to improve the property to make it burial or interment ready. Those grants are 100% funding to the state once the property is obtained and is in a developable condition. I apologize for that.
Commissioner, regarding the facility, what is your bonding request?
We currently are finalizing that right now, Senator. I apologize, I don't have the number in front of me, but I can get that to you offline, as well as any other members who are interested in that number.
Thank you. Commissioner, I've been spending some time over the summer regarding workforce development. And one of the issues that that we came across was the certification and licensing of teachers or those in the grades. And I know that in the past, we have provided legislation that would allow the military, those that served in the military, to bypass some of the requirements for licensing here in the state. Are you aware, or are there any additional careers that you think that we should be looking at where we could waive some of the licensing or maybe amend the licensing requirements?
So I was speaking about this offline with Representative Yaccarino prior to the hearing starting, and Connecticut actually has a fairly robust system in recognizing military MOSs, military occupation specialties, the skill sets, the training that individuals have, whether they're National Guard, Reserve, or coming off of active duty. So the Department of Labor and Department of Consumer Protection have a program where they review the training, they review the individual's training and skill sets, and waive hours of apprenticeship so that they can get closer to, without having to engage in all those hours of apprenticeship, certification and licensure. So that exists for, I believe, 20 different occupation specialties. Also, the Department of Public Health recognizes EMT and nursing training on the military side for the purposes of licensure. We just, when I say we, I mean several state agencies, Department of Higher Education, the DVA, DEMIS under Commissioner Ravella, and the Police Officer Standards and Training Council all came together. And now Connecticut recognizes the work and training of MPs, of military police, when they are seeking municipal employment, and waives certain hours and certain training so that they can move faster through the training process. So that all exists. There are at times individual skill sets that are identified in statute that maybe we could waive. So one of them, I know there are very highly specialized ones, and I believe there are a couple of bills pending. One relates to, I believe, a water treatment engineer. I'm not sure, but I believe there is a bill out there because there's municipalities that have individuals who are applying who are licensed by the military in this engineering skill set, but they don't have the commensurate state license. So maybe that would be an area to look at, some of those higher level engineering licenses, and basically follow what DOL does, follow what Department of Public Health does in looking at the training and what crosswalks over, because notwithstanding military training, the match isn't always 100%. So you have to look at the training on the military side, see how it matches up with the training required on the state side, and where they match, waive those requirements, and then allow the individual either to accelerate through the program or go directly to the testing. The one thing that I do caution is I believe the individual should still need to take whatever test is required. Not waive that, but they can waive the training, waive the apprenticeship, and just move them directly to the testing and competency side of it in order to issue a license.
If you can identify any licenses that we have not addressed and that we could change, if you could send that to our way, that would be great.
I will do that, Senator.
Regarding the COVID, any residual effects at your end regarding going through these last 2 years, and did it change anything significantly?
Well, obviously during the height of the pandemic, many things were changed. We had adopted and adapted over the time, but we did very well. I mean the team, the staff at the Department of Veterans Affairs, also working in conjunction with the military department, support from General Yvonne and Department of Public Health. We kept our veterans very safe and our staff very safe. We are now rolling back any of the restrictions we had, whether related to meetings, recreational activities. We've been basically the past year in near full 100% regularized operation. That said, we still respond immediately when there is a concern, but I don't just look at it as COVID-19. The way we respond now is when someone is sick, when someone has a virus, when someone has the flu, whatever else it may be, we apply those skills that we learned, particularly using proper PPE, isolation as needed, and cohorting staff as needed. And that has actually resulted in a safer community of care that we've noticed over the past couple of years. And knock on wood, fewer outbreaks of flu and gastrointestinal issues, which years ago would be a common thing in a communal living environment. So I believe the residual of this has been that we are a more hygienic environment, a safer environment, and we've learned through the pandemic, but we are in full regular operations, recreation, visits to the campus, interaction, communal meals, our dining hall, everything is all open.
Good to hear. One last question from me anyway. So what's your biggest challenge going forward?
And we already talked about one of the biggest challenges, the cemetery. Securing cemetery space and ensuring that we don't let happen what happened in 1980, when the State Veterans Cemetery in Darien reached capacity. For 4.5 years, there was no operating state veterans cemetery for our Connecticut veterans to be buried. We want to make sure that doesn't happen. Whether it's on my watch or someone else's watch, we want to make sure that we're going down that line of effort. The second part is the automation of applications and processes, continuing to upgrade our IT platform at the DVA and getting staff and veterans used to that IT platform, which can speed up the review of applications for services and benefits. So that doesn't move as fast as we would think it does. The steps forward during the pandemic have helped us to socialize the use of IT platforms more than we did in the past. But I think that's part of the outreach that we need to do and better to be able to better engage veterans in the community. The final thing is, again, on our campus, making sure we are adapting to the changing needs of veterans. I spoke a little bit earlier about the need for some more family housing that we're looking at and utilizing existing housing on campus to upgrade that for families in need rather than only individual veterans.
Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. So good to see you. For kind of disclosure, I'm sitting in my house. You're sitting yours. Actually, if I look out the window over here, I can see the hill your house stands on.
Yes, Representative.
Yeah, exactly. For everybody's benefit, Tom and I have known each other over 30 years, and he is certainly one of Dan Barry's favorite sons, who's done a terrific job, has been very much in the minds and hearts of a lot of people down here, as he has been across the state. One of the, I first actually knew Tom when he worked for the General Assembly. It was one of the first jobs in that where he provided a civil service for for the people of Connecticut. And as such, is one of the very few executive branch cabinet officials who understands the rather creative and crazy process that the legislature uses to do our work. So it's been an additional dimension that Commissioner Sadi has had. We've certainly watched. I've certainly watched him from here through law school, to becoming an assistant attorney general, to being assigned to the Department of Veterans Affairs, to becoming their in-house attorney and legislative liaison, and eventually commissioner. He was one of the few that was a carryover from the Malloy administration to the Lamont administration. It took a little bit of work on our side, but I think this has certainly paid off in the service that the commissioner has provided the state of Connecticut. That mission statement he uses to serve those who have served isn't lip service, isn't just a quotation that can be used. I think it goes to actually the heart of the work that the team at the DVA does, but certainly what Commissioner Sadi has done. And I'm delighted to be able to see him nominated for another term as the DVA commissioner. Tom, I think one of the things you're renowned for, you've done some great jobs within the VA. You've modernized it. You've brought it, certainly, upgraded a lot of the services. You've done an incredible amount of outreach. But I think one of the things you've done, certainly as part of that outreach, you travel around this state a lot. There's hardly an event that involves veterans and veterans affairs that you haven't gotten to over the years. You want to comment a little bit about that? That has to be fun on top of providing the service.
Well, thank you, Representative, first of all, for the kind words of support and your friendship over the years. And yes, I certainly appreciate the legislative process, having worked on the ground level there for several years, and understand the trials and tribulations that many of you go through in addressing constituent issues, at the same time making law and policy, and how complicated and complex that process can be. From the perspective of the department and going out into the community, that goes back to something talked about earlier of communicating to veterans directly. Every time I go out, I bring with me our program services flyers, our one sheet read, and make sure that I hand that out, or my staff does, and we hand out cards, and it has a QR code on it, or our web link and phone numbers, so that we're engaging with veterans whenever we have the opportunity to let them know what's available to them. But also, it's incredibly heartening for me when I can put a medal on the lapel of a 103-year-old World War II veteran, that member of the greatest of generations, and have this person, his eyes well up and bring me to tears in doing that. And it's a small token of our appreciation, but it goes such a long way, and it encapsulates what it's all about, that the men and women who have served are the ones responsible for our lives in this country today, the ones who continue to serve and preserving that. So it's incredibly important for me. I think the Department of Veterans Affairs is one of the most sort of public-facing departments. As commissioner, one of the most public-facing commissioners. It's not about the level of importance. It's a dynamic because of what veterans and military service is all about. So that is an important part, traveling around the state. I wish I could get to more events. I do my best, but also it's not just me. Senior members of the Department of Veterans Affairs team. We have Director Leslie Nieves of our residential programs and services. She's a colonel in the National Guard, a combat vet. She goes out on behalf of the agency. Joe Dineo, a retired lieutenant colonel, Connecticut National Guard and the Afghanistan combat vet. He goes out. He's our Director of Projects and Operations. Retired Command Sergeant Major John Carragher of the Connecticut National Guard, also combat veteran. He's our Director of Advocacy and Assistance. He goes out to the community. So it's a team effort, going out there, connecting with our veterans, recognizing their service. And those ceremonies are important, ladies and gentlemen. You understand this. because it teaches the current generation what service is about. And we have to ensure that we never forget that service, whether the veterans and service members are alive or whether they have passed generations ago. Because as I've heard others say, and I repeat, when someone passes, they die two deaths, potentially. One, when their heart stops and their breath leaves their lungs, but a second one when they're forgotten. Let us not forget. And that's what ceremony is about. It's not just a ceremony, it's remembrance and it's patriotism and recognizing that the flag that flies behind me on my desk over there and in your offices, that flag represents nearly 2.5 centuries of service to this country by men and women over the years.
Thank you for that, and thank you for performing that really important service. You know, you're right. Going back in time, remembering veterans in the past. We're sitting here in Danbury, which in 1777 was the site of a major altercation between the Patriots and the British, who invaded Danbury, burned it down, and on their way back fought a battle in nearby Ridgefield. So and the site of that is just a couple of blocks from my house, a few blocks from your own. So being able to go back and recall the history of the people who have served in military capacities since the Revolutionary War is an important part of that history that needs to be taught and over to new generations of Americans to understand what has gone before and what that means to them. So I very much appreciate that. And you know, I'm a Navy veteran, you know that. And I find it interesting. Of course, you know, when you're in service, you're taken care of. You know who to talk to. There's healthcare, and there's housing, and psychological care, and friendships, and camaraderie. And when you get out, it can be a very difficult transition back into civilian life, and the lack of knowledge from the men and women who are leaving the military about the services that can be provided is absolutely critical. And I really appreciate, again, your outreach to make sure that our veterans here in Connecticut know about the many services. We've been pretty good about providing them. We understand, you know, we've got a major naval facility here in Connecticut. I'm very proud of it, over in the sub base over in Groton. And your help over these many years, your focus on making sure that veterans understand the many services that are available to them has been such a critical importance. I want to thank you for that here publicly. Because it is so important, and you have correctly put the emphasis in the right place. So you have my support, you know that, but I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you, Tom, very much.
Thank you so much, Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Representative Godfrey, for your comments. Too, I want to thank you for your service as one of our veterans, one of the veterans we're very proud of in Danbury. But I just want to say to the Commissioner, your service, not just to the state, but particularly to Danbury over so many years, has been so valuable to our community. And, you know, I sometimes regret that we have to share you with the whole state. But regardless of how much you're traveling around the state, addressing the needs of our veterans, you always find time for us in Danbury, and you've been an inspiration to so many and helped so many, not just our veterans, but our whole community, to appreciate your service to the state, your service to the country, and the service of all of our veterans. So I'm very happy to support this nomination. I'm very happy that you're staying with us in state service. because, you know, we're very proud of you from Danbury, and we're there for you. And we hope we can return as much as you are there for us. So thank you.
Thank you so very much for the kind words, Senator, and for your support.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none on Zoom, I do have one last question that we ask all nominees before you go. Is there anything in your past that you might believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
Not to my knowledge.
Great. That's a perfect answer. Yeah. Congratulations again. Look forward to supporting you on the floor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, members of the committee, for your time.
All right, moving right along. The second item on the agenda is a Senate resolution. It's the appointment of Dr. Ellen Solik of Bristol as the Executive Director of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System. Good morning. There you
Good
go.
morning, Representative
morning.
Concepcion.
Before you begin, if you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Duff, Chairman Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney, and Vice Chairman Godfrey, ranking members, Yacarino and Kelly, and members of the Executive Nominations Committee. I would like to begin by introducing myself to you. I am Dr. Ellen Solik, and I am honored to serve as the interim executive director for the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System, hereafter known as CTEX. I hold an earned doctoral degree in educational leadership. I am a veteran educational leader with over 30 years of service as a classroom teacher, a building principal, and a superintendent of schools. As a district leader, I have experienced the ups and downs of a volatile economy while remaining focused on responsible and resilient fiscal and personnel operations. I am so very grateful for the opportunity to appear before you today. I have had the privilege of serving in 2 leadership roles for CTEX. First, as an interim superintendent of schools, and also now as the interim executive director. My dual leadership role experience has served as the best teacher I could have ever hoped for. As I am now fully versed and very passionately immersed in the workings and the missions of this wonderful newly formed agency. As an interim leader, and in conjunction with legislative support, CTEX and the CTEX Advisory Board, we have successfully navigated the transition of CTEX to an independent agency after formally separating from the State Department of Education in July of 2022. As one of our many important independence initiatives, we have created and adopted a new and forward-thinking strategic operating plan for 2022 and beyond. The framework for this newly adopted strategic operating plan begins with a vision and a mission that are in direct alignment with many of the governor's statewide workforce initiatives. As a newly independent and re-energized agency, we are passionate about our vision of becoming the primary workforce provider in Connecticut, while carrying out our mission to prepare trade-bound students through exemplary programming and practices to meet the skilled workforce needs in Connecticut. We are very appreciative of the governor's ongoing support, as evidenced by the significant additional proposed funding to expand trade offerings in areas such as health tech, aerotech, and IT, and more. The governor's proposed additional funding to expand trade offerings is especially helpful during a time when education and workforce development are facing huge productivity and accountability demands throughout the state. In recognizing these challenges, CTEX remains determined to exceed the bar while remaining fiscally responsible, programmatically forward-thinking, and operationally efficient. As stated in the governor's recent economic report, some of the key areas for statewide growth are identified as transportation, housing, energy and environment, healthcare, education, and workforce development. CTEX has the unique opportunity and is fully equipped to contribute workforce support to each of these key areas. These are just some of the initiatives that demonstrate that CTEX is a significant contributor to the governor's vision for a strong and vibrant economy as we work to become Connecticut's primary workforce pipeline. CTEX has much to do to contribute to the state's ever-growing economy as the need for a highly skilled workforce continues to grow. It would truly be an honor and a privilege to lead and to serve as CTEX Executive Director. In summary, I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I welcome any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Solik, and congratulations on your nominations. Just so I understand, you would be the first executive director of the new independent CTEC?
Yes, thank you, Representative Concepcion. That is true.
Yep.
We did separate in July of 2022. Prior to that separation, having served as a part of the State Department of Education, there was a superintendent of schools in place for CTEX. And then as part of the legislation going forward in the separation, it was recognized that really the work of the executive director in the agency would become crucial in terms of connections made, expansion, workforce development, work-based learning partnerships, all of those kinds of initiatives that are really above and beyond what the superintendent of schools would traditionally do in the day-to-day operations and management of the agency. So both positions are crucial. As I mentioned, I've had the privilege of now experiencing both of them firsthand, and I recognize the need for both. So yes, the executive director position is newly established or newly proposed anyway, in terms of CTEX and its independence as an agency. So I'm, needless to say, very excited to be with you this morning and discussing the facets of that position and also being proposed as a nominee for what is the first executive directorship. So thank
great.
you.
That's great. And can you take us a little bit through the transition? I mean, there had to be some challenges when working through the Department of Education and then trying to be an independent kind of organization. There had to be some challenges. Can you just take us through what the work that you had to do to be in this position?
Absolutely. It's such a pleasure to have the opportunity to tell the story, because it truly is one and one that is to be celebrated. When I came on board, which was a year ago last October, the State Department of Education called me and said, gee, would you be able to sit in as an interim superintendent of schools here at CTEX? It's an arm of what the State Department of Education does, and we would love to have you serve. And needless to say, I jumped at the opportunity, and in joining the organization, I soon discovered that the size of CTEX and just the scope and responsibility of what was the arm of the State Department of Education had become one that was just too big to attend to the detail that was really required, particularly now in this environment where workforce development is such a crucial need in the state. It really became overwhelming for both parties to manage all of those initiatives effectively. So it was legislated in the summer that we declare ourselves as an independent agency. But I want to stress that we still work very closely with State Department of Education, particularly in the areas of fiscal management and personnel management, because those two areas, as we're all too well aware, are probably the largest in terms of scope. And so we collaborate under a memorandum of understanding in some of our fiscal areas and also in terms of personnel professional development, those kinds of areas. So we definitely still have a very firm partnership in place with the State Department of Education and Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker and her team, who have been just so incredibly supportive. I don't believe that we would have successfully transitioned as an independent agency without that relationship, and it is ongoing, and we all value it a great deal. So in our independence, or our zeal for independence, we are learning this year that there are several details still to be worked out. My understanding is that CTEX was a part of the State Department of Education since its inception. So that's a number of years ago. So it will take us more than a year to successfully and thoroughly transition. But as I mentioned, with the work and the support of the State Department of Education and others, we're doing a bit of flying the plane as we build it, and yet at the same time enjoying spreading our wings and really exploring through the development of our strategic operating plan what it looks like and feels like to be an independent agency now. And I mentioned in my testimony declaring our mission as becoming the primary workforce provider for the state of Connecticut, and that truly is our laser focus going forward. So thank you for that.
No, thank you. One of the, I guess, difficulties, but at the same time, opportunities for anything that's new, including an agency like yours, is getting the word out that when you exist, right? And you are now independent from the department. And I was on your website recently, and it's impressive what the actual agency does, and some of the 90, I remember 97% graduation rate, and I mean thousands of students. How do is there a plan on the marketing side or an advocacy side to push your successes and the fact that you guys exist out?
Absolutely. I'm so excited to have the opportunity to answer that question, because as you so well said, Representative, an organization as large as CTEX, one would assume that everyone in the state, oh yes, CTEX, we know exactly what that is. And we've learned the hard way that that is not necessarily the case. So our marketing plan, both now and the future, is aggressive. In fact, I'll share a quick story with you. I went to go fill my tank up with gas in Bristol the other night at a mobile station, and I was standing with the gas in the tank, and the little TV screen that's on the gas distribution area itself started in with a little jingle about CTEX. So our ads are beginning to show up in some wonderful places. We do, in specifics to your question, we do have a very formalized campaign. We have a communications director who is in charge of all print, all media, all social media advertising and marketing. In addition to that, I'm so pleased to introduce to you, just to my right, Mr. Emmett Riley, who has just joined us as our legislative liaison. So he will be anxious to meet with all of you and give you whatever information we can provide in terms of what this agency does and who we are. In addition to that, we do an extensive campaign in terms of getting the word out to our local education public school agencies, particularly at the middle school level, where we have incoming 8th graders and sometimes 9th graders who are interested in our programs and interested in admissions. And our people go out to buildings wherever we can to reach out and meet with those students. We have active open house activities where people and parents are invited in annually to discover what the trades are that we offer. By the way, we offer 31 different trades as of today, and we're looking to expand those offerings. But we do as much as we can in terms of outreach and in terms of inviting the public in so that they can see firsthand and hear and taste firsthand what it is that we do as an agency. It took me, quite honestly, 6 months to get my feet on the ground and 6 more months to really understand the complexities of what CTEX does, what we offer, and what all the nuances are around the trades and the requirements and some of the other aspects that are so important to know as a leader in the agency. And I can understand why it takes people a while to get a grasp of what is this place called CTEX. So I hope that helps in some ways to
It
paint the
absolutely does.
picture.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm glad you guys are doing that marketing campaign, because I think it's crucial to get the word out on what the organization and the department does. My last question, at least for the moment, is centered around pipeline. Is there a specific pipeline when it comes from, your agency, the schools to the employers?
Absolutely. In fact, one of the direct impacts that I would hope to have as CTEC's first executive director is just that there needs to be a very firm process in place whereby the executive director would reach out to business and industry across the state. We certainly already do that. We have partners really everywhere statewide already in terms of what CTEX offers and how we contribute both material supplies and workforce to our business and industry partners. In fact, I will share with you that Electric Boat just hired 19 of our students from Wyndham Tech. This was, I think was on, in fact, local news channel last night in terms of student interviews. But back to your question, our pipeline is dependent on someone going out and really being able to formulate, develop, build, and expand upon existing partnerships with business and industry. So that certainly would be one of my many goals. The second piece that's crucial to that pipeline as well is making sure that we connect effectively with legislators across the state, with our workforce partners, again, across the state. We have an advisory board that serves us so well at CTEX, and many of the members on the advisory board, including Dr. Valeries, Mr. Lavoie, are all integrally connected to what's happening in manufacturing and in workforce development. So all those partnerships as well and connections are crucial. And lastly, as I alluded to in the previous question and representative that you posed, is getting the word out really about what CTEX is, what we do, what we're able to contribute to the workforce and how. And I think that's going to be a work in progress for us. Now that we are an independent agency, it's important for us to get that print media out, to be as visible as we can. In fact, we have started a regular monthly podcast where we are able to invite some of our partners and our students and our instructors in to talk actively about what's happening out there and to take a look at the trades that are now in existence, but they're changing. I mentioned manufacturing. Manufacturing is overnight going to become something almost totally different from what it was 10 years ago. And CTEX, we need to begin to adapt more quickly to what those changing needs are in each of the trades. And again, the executive director role is one that would be out working with professionals out in the field, finding out what those crucial changes are. What are the resources that we need to provide our students so that we can better train them to join that workforce and get off and running right off the bat. So much work to be done, and so much pipeline expansion to be done as a part of it as well. So it's all very exciting work.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done, but glad that you're at the helm. I might have another question, but in the interest of time, I'll open it up to committee members. I'll start with Representative Yacarino if he's on. We'll skip Representative Yacarino, go to Representative Nuccio.
Can't undo my video, so I can just speak. Thank you very much. I know we had just recently spoken in the appropriations, sorry, there we are. We just spoke in the appropriations meeting recently, and I'd like to kind of follow up on that because I'm very happy that you guys are your own organization now. As I mentioned to you in the meeting when you came to present the budget, I think we have to do a lot more. We need to at least double the amount of seats that we have in our technical schools. So we can meet the challenges that we have in healthcare, in the workforce. But I'm going to reiterate here what I did there, and that's, I'm hearing a lot from residents who have kids in these technical schools who don't have teachers, who haven't had teachers for 18 months, who, they're going to graduate next year in HVAC, but haven't had an HVAC class, like to learn anything in the last 18 months, or very limited if they do. And I know we're priding ourselves on putting people out there that are ready to work, but That's just simply not what I'm hearing, especially in some of these trades. So I really need to understand what it is you're going to do to turn that around. And I hate to be the person who says it, but every single person that comes before us says the same thing, you know, we're in a workforce shortage, we have to pay people more, et cetera, et cetera. And that's, you know, everybody's saying it, which it can't be done everywhere, right? So what are we proposing to do to get tradespeople in to teach these classes and teach these kids, specifically around like the requirements to be a teacher for a trade? Are we taking just work experience into consideration here? Or are you saying you have to have a master's degree in education to teach somebody how to, you know, electrically wire, or how to be a plumber, or how to be an HVAC technician? I think we need to look at the regulations, and I'm really I want you to be successful. I've been saying for this is my 3rd year up here. Every year I've been saying we need to double the amount of seats. We need to double the amount of investment that we have in these technical schools. But I'm just really concerned because the same rhetoric that we're hearing about workforce and everything else, I need to know how you're going to innovate that. And I'm really concerned for the kids who graduated, you know, last year, and the ones that are going to graduate through next year, who I am consistently hearing about just not being taught, and how we're going to get them into the workforce. So I'm hoping you could answer some of that, please.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that question, Representative Nuccio. And you're right. I enjoyed our dialogue the other day at appropriations around this same topic. And as a result, I want you to know I've given it quite a bit of thought in anticipation, and actually in hopes that I would have the chance to further address it with you this morning. And I do have some thoughts. Hopefully,
Well, I'm glad I didn't disappoint then.
No, not at all. So it's interesting that you use the term rhetoric, because that's the one thing that none of us can afford to continue to repeat. And I couldn't agree with you more. I think we need to be quite innovative and strategic about how we're going to solve this challenge. I think CTEX has a twofold challenge. Number one, we certainly offer extensive trade training to our students. But in addition to that, we require our students to complete a standards-based academic program as well. And so our students really have twice the demand in terms of their need for learning in the classroom, as do perhaps some of their academic peers across the state. In mentioning that, it becomes really apparent that the instructor staffing is key, because not only do we need tradesmen and tradeswomen who are coming out of the field interested in instructing students at CTEX, but we are also competing with 169 other school districts across the state for those highly qualified academic teachers. So how do we meet all those needs? Senator Martin posed a question earlier this morning around what can be done legislatively, perhaps, to improve some of this shortage that we're incurring. And one of the things that occurred to me very clearly is in the trades where we require instructors to be certified in the classroom, I believe that there are amendments to that certification process that already exist for academic teachers that could be implemented in the trades to speed up the hiring process. So for example, right now at Norwich Tech, we are in very desperate need of electrical engineering instructors. We have 2 instructors that are waitlisted and currently waiting for certification requirements to come through. If I'm a superintendent of schools in a local education agency, otherwise known as a school district, and I'm hiring an academic teacher, I can actually waive some of those certification requirements for 90 days until certification has the chance to get back some of their paperwork. I can bring the person on provisionally with the understanding that if that person doesn't meet the qualifications, ultimately then I let that person go and begin the search over, but at least I can bring that person in within a 90-day period. right now we're experiencing on the instructor side a significant delay, and that is no one's fault. That's the process that's been established with good reason. But I do believe that along the lines of certification, there are ways that we can begin to shorten up that timeline. And I look forward to the opportunity of working with our partners at the State Department of Ed in certification to take a look at some of those ways and to be able to propose ways that we can shorten that window. Second, we also have some of our teachers who are maybe out on family medical leave or other kinds of leave that do make it challenging for us to fill vacancies that may be short-term or long-term. In those cases, it is my sincere hope that as a newly nominated and hopefully newly appointed executive director, we can take a look at beginning to fostering our own instructor and faculty so that when our students graduate from CTEX, they go out in the field and they gain the experience necessary as interns, apprentices, and practicing tradesmen and tradeswomen, that they can come back to us as instructors so that we can begin to form our own pool of highly qualified, highly trained candidates to come back as instructors into the trades. The trades are the most challenging areas to fill in terms of instructor positions, as you can imagine, because those are the specialized areas that we need people so badly in. We need them out in the field, but we also need them back in the classroom instructing our students. So one of the things that we would like to institute over time, hopefully over the next 2 to 3 years as a part of our strategic operating plan, is to begin to formulate that pipeline of instructors that will circle back to us and provide instruction to new students at CTEX. The third piece I want to mention, which I think is also going to be very helpful, is the construction of a career center at CTEX. And again, as an executive director, hopefully to be, that's a priority for me. I think that to gear our students in the direction of focusing on what trade am I going to enter, and in 4 years' time, what does my career look like and need to look like? Where am I headed? How are my instructors and guidance personnel supporting me in that endeavor? And also, it creates that same opportunity for students at CTEX who are graduating to begin to pursue the pipeline that would prepare them to be instructors at CTEX. So all of those pieces together, I firmly believe will begin to impact positively what we are seeing. And you are absolutely right, Representative, vacancies that we certainly wish we did not have. Last comment I'd like to make, if I might. The vacancies that we do have in classrooms where subs are in doing the very best they can to provide instruction, we cannot put somebody in the classroom who's providing no instruction. And in fact, if we do have a substitute who is not a licensed practitioner, and often they are not in the trades, we try as much as we can to reinforce those substitute presences with certified practitioners. We have consultants at CTEX who spend time in those classrooms working with the subs and students, making sure that they are getting the skills and the work-based learning opportunities that they require so they can go out in the field and be prepared. It is a work in progress. There is no doubt about it, but we're working very hard to put all of those pieces in place. And I hope that helps to answer your question in a way that says we have very firm ideas and very firm practices going forward about how we're going to solve this challenge. And thank you for that question. I greatly appreciate it.
That does help. I would only kind of ask that maybe we get more clarification and understanding on what exactly does it take for a tradesperson to become an instructor at one of these schools? And are we reviewing that to make sure that we're doing everything that we can? Because I agree with you, when it comes to teachers, there's lots of certifications, there's lots of rules, there's lots of things that we have to take into consideration when you're teaching. And a lot of that, again, gets back to the degree that teachers have and what they're taught in college and how to be a teacher. But in the trades, I can't express how it's so different, right? It's a totally different mindset. It's working with your hands. It's understanding how things go together. It's not college learning, right? We need people who have done this to be able to teach it to the next generations. And I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get qualified tradesmen into the school systems and teaching these classes and these trades to the next generations. And I just don't want there to be barriers that say, oh, you don't have a high school degree, or you don't have a 4-year bachelor degree, you don't have a 6-year degree, you don't have your master's. And then we're kind of narrowing that pool down, right? So I just want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to distinguish between a teacher who's teaching math, science, and language, and a teacher who's teaching you how to wire a diagram, who's been doing it for 25 years, or a teacher who's teaching you how to lay pipes or conduit, or how to pipe in central air or make a heating system work, because they're different. So I just want to make sure that we are working with SDE to establish criteria for tradesmen to go in and teach these trades, and not making it harder for them. So I think we agree. I think, we're on that same set there, and I'm happy to help in any way that I can. And I'm happy to, sit down with you and SDE to make sure, I can bring in tradesmen who can tell you, the barriers that they have to becoming an instructor. So, to have these people at the table and to hear their opinions on how they can, because I'm telling you right now, I don't know a single small business owner right now in the trades who is not saying they can't get the millennials and the Gen Zs, like they just can't get, there's nobody there. The average age of all these people they're all Gen X and above, they're all 50 plus. So, we're missing opportunities left and right. And I think we need to have them at the table to truly understand how bad the situation is and what we can do to improve it. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for offering assistance, Representative Nuccio. We will definitely look forward to the opportunity to connecting with you on that work. And I know the State Department of Education likewise greatly appreciates your support and your interest in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin, followed by Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming in front of us, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you so much, Senator.
I think you're going to do a great job. Regarding, I'm going to follow the lines of Representative Nuccio regarding the certification of our teachers in the CTEC program. And I've spoken with you over the summer, along with over 30 different stakeholders, from higher ed to Chamber of Commerce, businesses, the trade specifically, and knowing that the demand for workforce development, a workforce period throughout all business sectors, regardless if it's the medical, finance, the trades, IT, it is all of them need our workforce. So regarding the certification of the teachers and the lack of them, you mentioned that it seems like you guys are on top of it, and that a change needs to be made. How soon can we see that change?
First and foremost, Senator, I need to say this to you because it's maybe the one opportunity I have to share this. I would not be sitting here today without you. And I say that because I've had the privilege and the honor of working with you in Bristol, Connecticut, where I served as the superintendent of schools for 5 years. And you were one of the first people who came to me and said, gee, we have an exemplary academic program here in the Bristol Public Schools. Why are we not able to offer more in the trades? And as a result of that very inspiring question, we were able to go out and open what was the first adult education / trade partnership with Rowley Spring Company in Bristol. And you were an integral part of that. And you also inspired me in so many other ways to begin to recognize that I actually have family members who are tradesmen, and they go through the same challenges that we're all talking about this morning. And it inspired me so much that when the State Department of Education called and asked if I would be a part of CTEX on an interim basis. I was like a kid in a candy store, and I still am. And I'm raising this, number one, to say thank you for all of that you have done on my behalf along the way, but and even more important at that, the work that you have done in looking forward to expanding adult education programming, because I think that's one of the key areas that we can take a look at in terms of expanding instructor needs and practitioner needs both. And I want to remember to mention to the committee that not only do we have almost 12,000 daytime students in grades 9 through 12 at CTEX, but we have an ever-growing, ever-expanding adult education program across the state in all of our CTEX schools. So we are housing approximately 4,000 adult education students as a part of this program as well. And I can see such potential for a pipeline in the very near future. And I apologize for not giving you a number, but I'm reticent just simply because I don't want to be held to task if I commit to a number of years and it happens more quickly, which hopefully it will, or not. But in the very near future, I see through our career center, through our ongoing discussions and collaboration with legislators across the state and business and industry, that we will begin to feed the workforce and also feed this need for certified instructor positions through many of our adult education programs, because those students have already gotten out of classroom environments long enough, hopefully, to do some hands-on practitioner training, either as an internship, a pre-apprenticeship, an apprenticeship program, which makes them even more viable at a shorter time span to join that workforce and or to come back as instructors in the trades. So I'd like to answer your question and say, as soon as is absolutely possible for us to begin to generate that piece of the pipeline, we will go to work with that.
Is that something that can be done administratively? Or will you have to come back to the legislature for us to put it in statute, I guess?
I think both. I think there is room to do both. And I'm aware right now that there is a bill proposed through Dr. Valeri's and Mr. Lavoie in manufacturing to formulate a task force, if you will, a work group to take a look at what are exactly the key needs that we need to accomplish both legislatively in conjunction with the legislature and also through business and industry to make this happen and make it happen quickly. So we're already underway in terms of those discussions, and it's very exciting work. And I think we're going to see the results of that in a very short time.
So I'll have to touch base with Kelly along with Paul regarding that, because I think we have to make sure that the trade specifically, I know I heard Paul because of manufacturing, but we want to make sure that the trades, teachings, licensing is addressed. If that's a bill that's going to be all encompassing, I think that's important for us to pay attention to. So I'm glad you mentioned the adult program. And I'm glad to hear that you said 4,000 are part of that program. I think it was with you when we met with you over the summer, you mentioned that there are 30% of the students that are graduating do not go on to the military, do not go on to higher ed, and they're sort of lost, so to speak, right? So I know we are introducing some legislation here that would allow or ask the DOL to contact students their senior year so that we could capture them. We know that there's a workforce need, and we've got these individuals that are, we got these little pockets, I'll say, and here's a pocket right here of possible employees, 30% of students that are sort of floundering, so to speak. Could you speak to that a little bit? How, is that the route that we should be going, working through the DOL to make contact with the school districts to say, hey, give us a day, give us your students who you got a feeling that may not be doing anything after they graduate. We'd like to introduce them to an adult program. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Absolutely. Thank you for that. We are working too closely with the Department of Labor to better expand opportunities, both for our daytime students and our adult education students. So I absolutely do believe there's great potential in those conversations, Senator, and however we can support that ongoing work, we would be more than enthusiastic in doing that. In addition to that, I think your question ties back to a few of the facets we've already talked about, and I'm going to try and put them together as succinctly as I can. I think one of the key pieces that we needed to do when we declared our independence, if you will, as an agency, was to formulate and enact that strategic operating plan, which clearly states that our defined mission is to be the premier workforce pipeline for Connecticut. I don't believe that we've been able as an agency to declare that in the past. And in doing that, that's going to formulate the framework going forward in terms of how do we recruit our students? How do we go out and market that concept to students so that they are clear that when they sign on with CTEX, our vision for them is that they are signing on and ready to commit to study and practice a trade. And I'm not sure that that has been as clearly defined as it is now. So we're very excited about that mission, that piece of work. It's driving already our admissions process so that we're able to clearly communicate to parents and students that that's the expectation if they sign on with CTEX. So that you mentioned that 30% of students who are a little bit unclear about what CTEX is and why they're there. Our mission is to clarify that well before they sign on the dotted line and join us. That's a big ask because we do have 14 and 15-year-olds that may not know exactly what trade and what the trades are. So the second piece is the marketing piece. How do we then introduce to families and students what are those 31 trade opportunities? What do they feel like? As a student, can I experience more than 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of them in my 4 years so that I can make a well-informed decision? And we're doing that now. We provide elective opportunities for our incoming freshmen. So they have the chance to travel through 4 trade opportunities of their choice and experience all 4 before they actually opt for their choice. That all occurs in the freshman year or sometimes in sophomore year, depending on when the student is admitted. In addition to that, we do an annual open house for parents and students. Everyone comes in, experiences the trade offerings, talks to our instructors, sees what some of the projects and work-based learning initiatives are, and experience firsthand what those trades look and feel like. And I'm mentioning this again because it's the best opportunity for me to advertise it with you. But the third prong, the missing prong that we've not been able to enact earlier is that career center. We want our students coming in as freshmen and sophomores to be clear about this is what I can look forward to as a senior. These are the trade opportunities I have. These are business and industry partners that are hiring our students before they graduate. And it happens quite a bit. We had for example, we had a wonderful opportunity to attend a Hardscape 3-day conference last year that was held at the convention center just down the road. And at that particular conference, we had 30 to 40 of our seniors attend and meet with Hardscape vendors, Hardscape partners out there. Half of that group was hired on the spot during that conference because they were there, they were interested, they were asking the right questions, and they were determined to enter a trade. So the potential is amazing. We have to do a better job of talking about what does that last chapter look like for students and how can we best put the employers and our students together well before they graduate to expand those hiring opportunities. So there's so much work to be done, all of which stems back to all of the wonderful support that the legislator and the governor has been providing for us, particularly this year in all of these wonderful conversations that we're having. And I'm very optimistic that this will take off. This will explode. We will have students entering our school system in the next year or two who will already have jobs by the time they're juniors. and certainly by the time they're seniors. So lots of potential and, but lots to do as well.
Your choice of words explode, because that's exactly how I'm seeing this. And I think the issue will be for us first, getting the teachers, getting them, those that have that field experience, getting them certified quicker is crucial. And then the expansion portion of this is, you said you had 11 different tech schools, is that correct? Throughout the state. And, how do we handle the growth from that? I do have maybe just a few more questions regarding, you said 31 trades that are underneath your umbrella. Are there some that you feel that maybe we shouldn't be offering? And are there others that we do need to offer?
Yes, we have a very strategic approach to adjudicating that whole piece, because we want to make sure that we're offering viable, needed, crucially needed trades. And right now we have a wonderful CTEX advisory board whose subcommittee takes a look every month. Industry and Outreach is the name of the subcommittee, takes a very formal look to see what our numbers look like, what those trade offerings are in terms of what's needed out in the state of Connecticut. There are some tough decisions that often are made as a result of that. But on the positive side, we are also looking very hard. And I mentioned earlier, one of the things I'm most excited about at the prospect of being an executive director in this wonderful agency called CTEX is getting out, having conversations with business and industry around just what you said, Senator. What are the most viable, crucial needs in the trade offerings that we're already underway with? So for example, with manufacturing, mechatronics keeps coming up as something that we really, really need to increase our student enrollment and student production, graduate production around, because it's an up and come, what's here actually, but it is an up and coming need for Connecticut to find highly trained, highly skilled manufacturing / mechatronics graduates to begin to feed that workforce. So we take a very critical look at that. We use data in terms of enrollment, in terms of outcomes, in terms of assessments and certifications that our students are required to earn all the way through. And we want to make sure that the levels that we're looking at make that continue as a viable trade. I mentioned hardscapes earlier, which is an offshoot, as we all know, of that wonderful landscaping commercial we all see with the beautiful pool and the stone and cement and all the work that's done. That is an up and coming trade. And there really aren't an awful lot of people entering into it, even though it's a subset of what we know as construction. So those are the kinds of offerings we need to begin to hone in on and make sure that we have the instructors available, the classrooms available, both during the day and in the evening for our adult learners to engage in. So lots of exciting work. Auto. We've seen this influx of electric vehicles and charging stations. We need to make sure that our students are fully trained to work on those cars. And even more important at this point, to reinforce the infrastructure that's going to be needed and the charging stations that will be needed to fuel those vehicles. Brand new, didn't exist as a need even 5 years ago. So there's a lot of change and a lot of critical look from our end on what is needed.
I think I could ask you questions all day here. I'm going to shorten it to one more, and it has to deal with Brainerd Airport specifically. We have an aviation school pretty much attached to the airport itself. So I'm sure you know of what's going on with Brainerd. We spent $9 million, I think, on the aviation school. Maybe it was 7 million. I don't know. But there is definitely the need is there. The students are there. Should by chance this school or this airport, it's a long shot and I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does close, what is going to happen to that school specifically? And is it on your radar?
very much on our radar, Senator. Thank you for that. Not only are we looking for additional opportunities for expansion, and there are conversations underway now around developing a day student 9 through 12 curriculum so that we can offer many of the same facets of preparation in aviation tech, hopefully in one of or more of our existing buildings. So for example, I'll use Vinyl Tech as the prime example. Vinyl Tech sits in the middle of Middletown, in the middle of the state of Connecticut. It's an ideal location for expansion because it's one of the few school sites that has a number of acres available space out in back of the building. It would be ripe for expansion in an aviation program, but as I said, both for day and evening students, as well as other offerings. We've looked at health tech, we've looked at criminal justice, technology. So there's lots of different opportunities for us, hopefully, to expand existing buildings as a cost savings to taxpayers, but at the same time, to begin to expand, and as Representative Nuccio so well said, to increase the seats that we will need in all of those areas. So yes, we are looking also at additional sites for another aviation school. We've looked at Oxford, which I believe has come up as a prospective site in discussion, and we certainly are excited about the opportunity to pursue that perhaps at Oxford Airport. We also do have an existing site at Stratford, which I'm assuming, like all other building sites, could potentially be expanded as well. So we are definitely taking a firm look at ways that we can grow that particular programming, because it's again crucial and it's highly popular. We're running out of space where we are, both at Brainerd and down in Stratford. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Farah, followed by Senator Kelly and Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Good morning. Feels like afternoon already. Dr. Solik, let me begin by saying, with respect to the last question, there's no relationship between the airport and the school, and I think I'm glad you didn't walk into that, step into that space, but I thought your answer was absolutely appropriate in giving credence to what I just said, that the school at Brainerd, which I had many years ago hand in moving from Eastern Connecticut to Brainerd, there's no relationship in what the work that goes on there, and it can be located anywhere, and hopefully will be in time. But if I could just begin by supporting what Representative Nuccio and Senator Martin have asked regarding, or indicated regarding, the shortage, the vacancies at our school. I can tell you Prince Tech, which is in my district, had to close one day because they didn't have sufficient teachers. It was outrageous that the kids did not have a day of school. I mean, maybe they were fine with it, but that's just unconscionable that we have a scenario in Connecticut where a school had to close because there weren't enough staff. I'm going to go through these rapid fire and give you a chance to answer them after I'm done. You've said a number of times in your presentation and in responses to questions, we need to. Can you tell us, why are we where we are? And I know that you serve you serve the governor, and you're nominated by the governor and by serving in this administration. So your degree of candor, I recognize fully, for anyone who comes before this committee, is limited. But it bothers me that we continue to have a system, despite all of the claims and indications, verbal indications by so many today, that we want to have a workforce that is responding to industry. I just read the other day, a couple of days ago, Electric Boat with this enormous need. Now, there are various levels of skills I recognize, but an enormous need to fill positions next year, not 10 years out, but next year. Employers around the state who are, you know, screaming for help. And yet, we're still in this position where the nominee needs to say, we need to. And that just tells me that we are far from where we need to be because we're not serious about this initiative. We're not serious about VOTEC, but we're not serious as a state, as a legislature, as a number of administrations, not just this one, but several prior to this. It's a stepchild to the educational system. It has been for a long time. And it's a sad commentary on what we really, what we say versus what we mean. If you could answer, again, I'm going to go through these regarding you said a couple of times that the VOTEC system or CTEX should be the Connecticut's primary workforce provider. And if you don't want to today, maybe it takes up too much time, but if you could provide for us how that intends to be. I mean, we have the Office of Workforce Strategy, we have various different initiatives under this administration and previous administrations in terms of workforce. I'd love to know how you intend to have your agency and the schools that you oversee becoming the primary workforce provider, and why it isn't, and what it needs to do, what we need to do in partnership with you to make that happen. Because I don't think you get anywhere near where you want to get to without the legislature backing you up. With respect to, I've heard a couple of times mentioned about evening classes or late afternoon. You know, there are a lot of young people who may find their way later in life and not old, just not 17 or 18 years old and knowing what they want to do. And where do they go? They may have to support a family at this point in their lives. Maybe they have a job that is not providing sufficient income, and they're somehow introduced to a trade by a friend or whatever. Where do they go? And we were successful in Hartford, and the then superintendent, who I wish she had not been experienced the circumstances that she had. But we opened up Prince Tech to afternoon and evening classes for post-secondary, or if someone dropped out, to be able to learn a trade. That's a real issue that should be invested in significantly throughout the CTEC program. And maybe someone has a job during the day to support their family, but they go at night to learn a trade so they could better themselves and support their family better. I will say that I had an opportunity to meet with a manufacturer in the greater Hartford area recently, and this is very telling to me. He said, I'd love to get my hands on some of those Ukrainians. Now, I'm half Ukrainian. I have no problem with that statement, other than the fact that I represent a lot of people who have grown up in Hartford, maybe not gotten the best education, challenging circumstances, maybe in their home life or in the neighborhood they grew up in, or both. And to say that, and the statement was well intended, but it just spoke volumes to me that we're not creating the pipeline right here in our own backyard of young people who can fill those positions, not have to go to Ukraine or attract someone who may be coming here from the Ukraine, but our own folks right in our own backyard. And I know this owner would do that if he felt he had that pipeline available to him. You mentioned about the trade instructors being the most challenging to fill. We need to know how we overcome that. I say we as a legislature, to be able to if it means higher pay, if it means more support somehow, we need to address that issue and help you in that endeavor. I'm closing. I'll close shortly. You mentioned marketing a few times. I couldn't agree more with you, Doctor, regarding marketing. Too many of those who end up pursuing a career through the VOTEC system do so because their father was in a trade, their brother's at a trade school, their friend is going to one. We need to begin before middle school even in introducing the trades in a formal experience, not a one-time a year kind of visit and a walk through one of the VOTEC schools, but a sincere, intentional effort. What they choose in the end is their, but I can tell you, in the city of Hartford has never embraced Prince Tech. Never. The city of Hartford government has never embraced Prince Tech. And yet we're the poorest city in the state of Connecticut, with high unemployment, with young people who, if they finish school or if they don't, are left without the skills necessary to command a decent wage. I probably, like Senator Martin, could go on. I'd love to meet with you individually before you come before the Senate for a vote, but I'd look forward to any of the areas that I spoke about that you care to answer, or you can defer to another time.
Thank you so much, Representative. What you mentioned today, I know you and I could speak to for a full day, if not longer, but I did want to highlight just a couple of your points. I think what's happening in the best of circumstances is what I would term as a cultural shift. And that is one that historically, in being in education for the last 30 years, I've had the privilege of sort of coming full circle. What I mean by that is the majority of my experience was in public education. And in the 1980s, we got terribly excited about the arrival of technology. And as a result of that excitement, we committed to getting every student in front of a computer, which were the large Apple cumbersome machines that we all think back to at the beginning stages. The outcome of that commitment was the closing of many of the trade sites that many of these public schools, particularly at the high school level, had in place. I'll speak to Bristol. Bristol had a full-blown auto body shop that was closed down because of the need to commit to technology. And believe me, I'm not drawing any judgment about that at all. That's just historically the event that occurred. The focus then became, we've got to be technology proficient. We've got to get our students there. Was it at the expense of the trades that were available at the time? Yes, no question about it. But we really thought as educators, we were doing the best for our students the time we were in. The result of that, Representative, is just what you just spoke to, which is we forfeited our ability with students at a young age to say, perhaps with students who are interested in more of a hands-on kinesthetic approach to learning and are gifted in that direction, we can provide you with XYZ trade right in the high schools that we exist in. All of a sudden, we couldn't do that anymore. So I believe at that point, CTEX was probably born in some way, shape, or form. And yet the message became, here, we have this school system over here somewhere that we can offer trades to people. But as a student, I was still enrolled in public education. And inadvertently, we kind of sent a message to those students that said, you can go over here for what you might be interested in learning. And perhaps that wasn't the wisest decision. Hindsight is always 20/20, right? But as a result of that, I believe we've come full circle. I believe culturally, particularly in Connecticut, but across the nation, where we've recognized the crucial need for tradesmen in all areas, that we've shifted back. We're beginning to recognize that we undid a crucial part of our service-based tradesmen, our economic needs in the state. And now, as an agency, CTEX isn't really the second cousin over here. CTEX is going to be the system that provides that workforce to Connecticut that we so desperately need. I'll finish by saying that I would love to have the opportunity, Representative, with you and with others at any point, to have more pointed conversations about what can we do? What is the plan? We do have our strategic operating plan in place, which I'm so very excited about, because that is going to be the roadmap for our future as an agency in answering so many of the points that you so well raised, and would love to have the opportunity to sit down with you at any point and take a look at that, because your question is so well taken. How do we intend to do this? Probably more information than the committee would want to hear this morning, but I would be happy and honored to have that conversation with you at any time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And in that vein, I'll close, Mr. Chairman, shortly, but in that vein, we are a part-time legislature in at least in terms of how we're described or on paper. It's far from a part-time job for those of us who are invested strongly, and I believe that's just about everybody in the legislature. But the sessions are short. This is a long one. Have you proposed legislation regarding your vision, regarding the things that you say we need to do? Have you proposed legislation this session, given that we're still fairly early in the session? And secondly, we won't be back in again until February, just about a year from now. Have you submitted legislation for consideration this year?
We have not, Representative, and that really is given the nature of our newness, I think, as an agency. We are so fortunate to have just brought on a legislative liaison, Mr. Emmett Riley, who was formerly a representative from Norwich. And certainly I look forward closely working closely with him and with our advisory board and our leadership team at CTEX to begin to propose some of the issues and items in the very near future. To have the legislator take a look at certification requirements for instructors, the ability to cycle our own students back through as instructors. Those kinds of pieces, I think, are first and foremost on the list, and we certainly will follow up with that.
I would ask you to reconsider that on that particular point of certification, and not lose this session if, in fact, legislative change is required. That's such a major issue of staffing in all of the facilities, and I would urge you to reconsider the delay in that.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kelly, followed by Representative Quinn.
Good morning, Dr. Solik. Thank you
morning,
very
Senator.
much for spending your time with us today. I'm going to be pretty quick. And that is really to bring to you, I know you were just saying that there's been a culture shift, that something in the 80s had us turn away from trades. And now that there's been a culture shift, unfortunately, we're not going to Monday morning quarterback something, but that culture shift really hasn't reached the Capitol Dome yet, because there is a bill actually in public and higher ed and employment advancement right now that is aimed and designed at reducing the percentage of adjunct professors, part-time professors, and moving from where they are today to only 25% of the academic body. Now, right now, the people that have lined up to support that bill are primarily the unions and their members. But the focus really should be on the students, and in particular, the trades. And there's nothing more valuable, work-based training. That's what we need. And there's nothing more valuable than to have somebody who works a trade and comes in after a day and teaches our students, our youth, And what's most disturbing about this bill, and it's Senate Bill 1105, for the record, is that it's really focusing on our regional community colleges. It's looking at the community technical colleges in particular. That's where the kids are going to learn about the trades. Why would you want to take away the practical educational experience and go to books? I think the trades demand the opposite. So I wanted to bring this to your attention because I find it disturbing that while the culture has shifted in the rest of Connecticut, there hasn't been that culture shift here under the Capitol Dome. And I'm certainly hopeful that at some point in this process, it's a long session, we can do something to make sure that we don't limit the amount of part-time professors, but actually enhance and increase those professors so that we can build on the trades, get more people to work, and actually get the economy of Connecticut working for our families. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. I hope that you could weigh in on that to let us know that this is something that would fit very well with your agency, and written commentary on that bill would be helpful if you see it that way. But I wanted to put it on your radar for that purpose. So thank you very much for being here. I won't ask for a comment now. I'll give you time to look at the bill, but I really needed to put this on your radar. Now I got to go over there and talk about that bill.
Thank you so much, Senator. Just a brief comment in only in efforts to reinforce that we are aware of the need for full-time faculty and even more important for connection, partnership, and collaboration with our community colleges.
Absolutely.
We are engaged actively in those conversations right now. So if there's any promise to be held in terms of our action and our outlook in terms of CTEX, it is indeed to partner with community colleges to expand trade offerings for students across the board. They are very excited about those conversations and would be glad in the future to provide additional information to you on that.
Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Dr. Solik, congratulations on your nomination and appreciate you being here. Wilcox Tech in Meriden has been an important part of the community for many decades. My grandfather graduated from there in 1935, went on to work at International Silver throughout his entire career, and without having a college education, arose to the upper management of International Silver, and in the late 60s, early 70s, before he retired, spent a considerable amount of time traveling to Europe and Asia on different projects that International Silver was working on. My niece is going to be graduating from Wilcox in a couple of months, and she has undertaken the medical route and done the CNA training, and she's going to be going to college in Boston in the fall. So Wilcox has been very important to us. And I'll also point out that we have an airport that is just a pond away from Wilcox. So certainly would be a place to consider if further expansion of the aviation program is going to be occurring. I myself, I went to the vocational agriculture program at Lyman Hall in Wallingford. And so I see the full value of this. And I think that we as a legislature need to do all that we can to support the VOTEC and VOAG schools who are turning out students who have skills that they wouldn't have ordinarily gotten had they not gone to those programs. Do you think that we have enough buildings and sites and it's just expanding the opportunities for people to be there? Or could we use more schools as well?
Senator, Representative, thank you so much for your question and congratulations on your upcoming family graduation from Wilcox Tech. I too spent 7 years as an educator in Meriden Public Schools at Washington Middle School. So I too have a great affinity for Meriden and the area and the public schools, and obviously Wilcox Tech. And thank you for your recommendation to take a look at the site. in Meriden, in proximity to the airport. That's definitely something that we will follow up on. Thank you for that. Yes, in so many ways, I think that there is a need for us to expand. The first need we have is to clearly define the programs and the practices that we need to expand and a timeline for that. We're engaged with our advisory board, with our engineer and others on those conversations so that we can approach this in a very organized, strategic way, and also approach the legislature with the support that we will need to enact those expansions. Right now, I mentioned Vinyl Tech earlier. Vinyl Tech is a prime site for expansion in so many ways. With Middlesex Hospital right on site, Health Tech would be an obvious expansion area opportunity. In addition to that, we mentioned Aerotech earlier, IT, criminal justice. We have a thriving program in that building, and it's far outgrown its boundaries already. So there's so much need right there to expand existing programs. But in addition to that, we are doing new buildings and new constructions at 2 sites down in Bridgeport at Bullard Havens. That building is being rebuilt, very much in need of a rebuild, as well as Wyndham Tech, taking a look at still what the needs of that building and that program are going to be. Do we need additional buildings? I don't believe we need additional buildings so much as we need to use wisdom in expanding the programs in buildings in existing sites. We really are all over the state. So we do a pretty good job of covering the geographical needs of students that are interested in the trades. But you're absolutely right in terms of new supplies, equipment, that meet the standards of what technology and trades are driving now. We definitely need to improve and expand on, as well as both daytime and evening offerings in those trades that are just, as I used the word before, exploding, because they really literally are. So yes, to all of your questions around expansion, but we need to have those conversations about where the priorities lie, what we can do most expediently in terms of expansion. And right now, I see Vinyl Tech as the most viable area, both location-wise and geographically, for expansion of those programs. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was in high school myself at the time that computers were starting to become used in the schools. And I remember fondly those gigantic boxes that weighed a ton and had slightly more memory than a calculator, being the first things that we were exposed to. You know, and also, you know, you said earlier about schools that had programs and then no longer having programs. And I think that's true of Lyman Hall, that when I was there, they had a satellite automotive program from Wilcox that I don't believe that they still have. And clearly with cars possibly going in a different direction, perhaps the traditional auto machine shop is not where we need to be looking, but looking more to the technological advancements that electric vehicles have and hybrid vehicles have, and training students in that. Are you finding issues or pushback with municipalities not wanting to spend the money on the tuition for a student to go to a Wilcox or any of the other programs?
I can't really cite for you examples of that. If anything, we encounter questions certainly around the viability of a trades-based offering beginning in 9th grade for students who may be coming from either Platt or Maloney, using Meriden as an example. So we do our very best to provide information that families really want to have ahead of time, which is part of our marketing piece. And we are working very hard now to collaborate even more closely with, for example, the Meriden Public Schools well before students enter 7th grade, so that we can begin to propel that concept of a trades-based education well before the 9th grade year or 8th grade year. In terms of working collaboratively with the public schools, it's something that I really want to pursue as an executive director. And I mentioned to the committee earlier, I've had the privilege of serving as a superintendent of schools in the public schools prior to arriving at CTEC. So I see myself as perhaps a bridge between what CTEX offers and what the public schools may have as a conception of CTEX or preception or assumptions about us, and to begin to provide the public schools with more detail and more information that they can use early on with students to begin to promote that trade offering concept well before high school. So those, I think, are the key pieces going forward in terms of marketing and communication and building or rebuilding some bridges going forward. We have a great relationship, by the way, with the Meriden Public Schools. And I actually graduated with the existing superintendent in Meriden. So we do have that great connection. And I think that's the key. It's building those bridges and relationships.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I've always been of the mindset that with most students, by the time they're ready for high school, in most circumstances, you probably have a pretty good idea of whether they're on a college track at that point or a workforce track at that point. And for me personally, I want us to do all that we can to have the offerings and have the space for the kids who are not on the college track so that they don't get to the end of their high school career and walk out the door with a piece of paper and wonder, well, what now? What's next? What do I do?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you. And again, thank you for your willingness to be the pioneer with this new position. And I certainly look forward to working with you while you're there.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. I do have one last question for you. Before you go, is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governors of the state of Connecticut?
Absolutely nothing.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Solik.
Thank you so
congratulations
much,
again.
Representative Concepcion, and to the whole committee. I cannot thank you all enough for your time and your consideration of my candidacy today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, our last item today is a Senate joint resolution for review. It's the nomination of Aaron E. Stewart of New Britain to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. Good afternoon, Mayor. And I will say, by the way, the fact that it's only me and Quinn up here is actually a compliment to you. When this room is full is usually the bad part.
No,
was
they
kind
all
of- yeah.
gave me their questions.
Oh,
I've got
okay.
a whole stack of things to go through here.
Before you begin, if you can raise your right hand.
Sure,
Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to read a brief version of my testimony today because it is lunchtime and I am trying to be cognizant of that for all of you. Representative Concepcion, Representative Quinn, everybody on Zoom, thank you so much for allowing me to be here today to ask for you to consider my nomination to the Board of Regents for higher education. I believe that my experience as mayor, budgetary experience as a former member of the New Britain Board of Education, my practical insight as an administrator of a municipality serving nearly roughly 10,000 students, and my role as leader of a community housing the campuses of Central Connecticut State University, the administrative offices of CT State, and now the offices of Charter Oak State College make me a very unique candidate for this position. Additionally, my personal and professional commitment to advancing public education to students of all ages as a proud product and alumni of Central Connecticut State University, it further adds to my resume for consideration for this position. I'm a product of both primary and secondary public education, and somewhat of a recent product of our higher education system in 2009. I bring a fresh perspective to both the successes and the challenges that our higher education institutions face, whether that's dealing with the outcome of the merger, keeping tuition affordable, ensuring college access to young adults in our neediest communities, or providing proper mental health supports on campuses across the state. My personal experience has made me a strong advocate for our system, but my professional experience, I think, adds much more. And it's taught me that despite our strengths, we still have a lot of room for improvement. And many of my experiences help shape that advocacy and allow me to approach this possible appointment with clear eyes and a full heart. So my role as administrator of Connecticut's 8th largest municipality requires me to be involved in education in many different facets. I've got frequent and routine conversations with our education administration of our local school district. I've helped champion the fight for equitable education funding, especially here at the state level. And I've been responsible for the administration of $125 million worth of renovations for 3 elementary schools in our town for the last 3 years. And I've also called out very publicly the glaring deficiencies and failures of our schools as well. And as an elected leader, I'm never going to stop advocating for those that I serve and never stop advancing an accountable, equitable, and quality public education system for my community, which extends to our higher ed institutions as well. So as the leader of a community that houses not 1, but now 3 of Connecticut's higher ed system campuses or admin offices, I have a unique understanding and insight into the needs of our public colleges and universities. And over the course of my 14 years in public office, believe that or not, I've had countless meetings with leadership and the stakeholders of public ed institutions in my city, have organized numerous strategies for success. Open communication between these institutions and City Hall happens almost on a weekly basis, and thus has provided me with valuable insight on how to address the needs and the pressures that they face. New Britain is honored to be home to those 3 institutions, and I look forward to continuing my work with them in the future, hopefully in my new role as regent. So if confirmed, I can promise you that I will continue to advance public and higher ed through thoughtful experience, through a standard of accountability, and a goal of putting the students of Connecticut's higher education system first. It would be an honor to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Thanks for being here and for your willingness to serve on this important committee. You mentioned in your testimony the importance of keeping tuition affordable.
Sure.
Can you just expand a little bit on what the role of the board should be to ensure affordability?
Yeah, no doubt. So I represent community like New Britain. We are an underserved community, and most of my students have very difficult time affording college, as do most of our urban students across the state. So we look to the state university system because inevitably students from my town, they're going to start in a community college and maybe work their way up to Central or Southern or Eastern. So you need to make sure that tuition is kept in a realm that they can make it to college. One of the biggest things, though, is creating that pipeline, especially when, and this is what I hope to provide insight on the board, creating a pipeline from our high schools and to get into our community colleges, right? If that's step 1, when you have kids that aren't, and I understand college isn't for everybody, but you at least have to have that opportunity for them where they know where to go to register. And we've got these wonderful programs that the legislature supports to basically make community college free. And you'd be surprised at the amount of students or young adults that have no idea that it exists. You know, I'm posting it on my Facebook page and they're going, wait, I can go to a community college for nothing? Yes, enroll. Here's how. But you've got the role of the regents, to answer your question. Sorry, on tangents here. You have to make sure that you're keeping the education affordable. That also means advocating here at the legislative level too, to make sure that the funding is in place so that you can keep that affordable, that the programs that are going to benefit the students that live in Connecticut, that are going to live in Connecticut after they graduate from these institutions, more than likely, like myself, are going to, to stay here, that we can keep them in our system, that we can give them access. But I also look at my role as a regent as well, to make sure that the money's being spent wisely, appropriately, and then it gets down into the classrooms to impact the student experience.
Thank you for that. And then you also mentioned mental health, which
Yeah.
is critically important, obviously, not just for the students, but also the administration. Can you just talk a little bit about the importance of resources for, again, the student population, as well as teachers and professors and such?
It becomes almost imperative to make sure that those resources are available on all campuses. And it's, as you adapt with the times, you have to make sure that these services are available on each of our campuses. I think that's something that, I hope to learn more about. As I'm still fairly new, I'm not sure what exists on each of the multiple 17 plus campuses that there are, but making sure that students know where to go when they need help, and that is open and available to them is incredibly important. Listen, all of us have anxieties and struggles and pressures today in ways that we never knew before, especially being a college student, and whether you're, it's that one little thing that can push you over the edge, and having access to, whether it's group therapy or any type of mental health support is incredibly important for the student experience and the student success too.
Appreciate that. And I might have another question, but I see Chairman Duff has his hand up, so I'll turn it over to Chairman Duff, followed by Senator Kelly.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mayor. Good afternoon. Sorry I'm not there personally to see you, but I appreciated the phone call that we had the other day. And first of all, I just want to congratulate you on the nomination. I think you'll do a great job. I guess the question I have, just want to get your thoughts on the record is, we see especially our community colleges, our population is shrinking more so than even nationally. And we want to make sure that our state colleges and universities are primed and ready to go for students, because those, as you know also well, those students stay in state after they graduate, and people can get good jobs. So what do you see as some of the things that the board can do in order to kind of reinvent our community colleges and our state colleges and universities to a point where we can get schools that are more filled, and that we reverse this trend of declining enrollment?
Thank you, Senator. And thank you for that. We talked a little bit about this, about changing the is it a stigma, I guess, right? Where community college or state college is always a backup, right? It's never anybody's first choice. It was one of mine, I'll say that much. So we talked a lot about what the Board of Regents can do with changing that perspective, really marketing, talking about highlighting all the incredible programs that we have that are in our state colleges and universities, especially in our community college system, and especially knowing that we, have to create that I keep saying create that pipeline, but it really is just opening up the door to showing our younger students how to apply. It's as simple as that. I think when I deal with students at New Britain High School, sometimes they're not even sure, how to fill out an application for college. And it's fairly simple. I look at the role of the regents as, what we need to do is make sure that the application process is seamless, that it's simple, and that also, and one step further, transferring from a community college to a university, whether it's Central, Southern, Eastern or Western, is very easy, and that your credits transfer too, because that's also a deterrent.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that answer. My next question is just trying to, as we heard from the last nominee who came through with the technical schools, is to really try and work to get instructors, professors, whomever, to be available or to be ready for the jobs. And we've heard about having a teacher instructor to help train people for the electric charging stations and all the jobs that we didn't know about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever it is, and trying to make sure that that the community colleges especially are being more nimble to help fill the gaps where they exist, whether it's in opticians, trucking, whatever the issues are, wherever the holes are, where we need to fill, where our employers are saying we need these jobs and we can't fill those because we don't have enough trained people, and yet we can then utilize our community college and our state university system to help fill those roles, and it's a great partnership that way. Do you see a role in how that might evolve or develop over the short term as part of like long-term planning or short-term planning with the Board of Regents?
Of course. Adapting to the times, right? And that means that sometimes you have to constantly be reevaluating the curriculum that you're providing. When you're looking at offering programs that are no longer really applicable to what students in today's society are looking to do, it just comes with that constant reevaluation. So I think that is a role of the Board of Regents, especially those that serve on the curriculum committee, which I think I'll be on finance and facilities, but looking at constantly examining the types of programs that we provide and making sure that they're new and exciting. You can't get new students into the system if you're not creating new and exciting curriculum that's going to attract those students who want to become those majors. I mean, you know, a personal story, and I told you this, I am graduating in May from the University of New Haven with my master's in public administration. And the reason why, you know, I couldn't go to a state university is because they didn't offer the online program. I would have loved to go to CCSU. But we don't have an online program that covers that. So if we're looking to help build our state workforce too, and we have to look at providing programs through the Board of Regents and making it accessible for not just students that are in high school and looking to start their college career, but maybe working adults who are looking to go back to school too. Providing a more robust online curricula that addresses what the state's needs currently are.
Great, thank you. And my last comment, Mayor, is just that I really do think that we need to think about expanding our PAC program more in the community college system, which I believe we're going to do this year. Certainly hope that we will. And then I want to really see how we can expand PAC in our universities as well, because the more we can make it easier for students to get a higher education degree, the better. And we can also talk about that with technical schools, but there's a way to reverse this trend, and there's a way to make sure that students have opportunities who may not think they have opportunities. And I think that's one way to do it. So thank you for your answers. Congratulations on your nomination. And I thank Senator Kelly for bringing your name forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mayor Stewart, for being with us this afternoon and for your willingness to serve on the Board of Regents. Obviously, you come well prepared. You're a graduate of the system, but more importantly, as mayor of the 8th largest city in the state of Connecticut, and dealing with a population that is underserved and underrepresented, I think you have a unique perspective in dealing with the educational systems of New Britain, how our education system may work in some instances, but where it may not. You mentioned just, not being able to fill out a form and an application. We know that the community college and the regional campuses, their student body is predominantly kids from Connecticut. Once they graduate, they stay here. When I say predominantly, 80 to 90% are Connecticut born, raised, and then become families that stay here. The interesting statistic on the community college system is that those are individuals that historically don't have, a parent or a relative who have gone to college. So this is a first time. And unlike a campus, you don't have those support systems wrapped around. You're mindful from the city of Bridgeport, not Bridgeport, New Britain.
Don't drop that on me.
Yeah, I won't. But you're mindful of that and what that says. Can you explain some of that, how you would bring that about for the community college system and bring that perspective? Because I think that's important as we go forward.
So one of the first conversations I had was with Dr. John Maduco, who is now taken over the CT State, the community college kind of conglomerate, if you will. One of the first conversations I had with him was, how can I get an application translated into multiple different languages so that not my students can understand it, that their parents can? Because it's not just English and Spanish. We need to go one further. We have a large Arabic population, all right? We've got a large Polish population. And he's like, that's a great idea. Let's get them translated ASAP. Simple things like that can help ease those barriers. But also too, it's intimidating to think about applying for college when you're a student who didn't have parents that went. Maybe you're a first generation American many times too. It's very intimidating to think, is this for me? How do I do this? And again, how am I going to pay for it? Which is why the PACT program becomes even more important. But bringing the universities or the community college system to our schools. I think meeting the students where they are to try to pull them in and get them enrolled is something that the board collectively needs to look at and start pushing for. So it's a much larger, I'll say, marketing initiative, if you will, to market all the great stuff that we have and convince our young adults why they should be applying for our system.
Yeah, and thank you. And it's also, all keeping them attached. Because I know there's certain
Yeah.
things just as simple as I'm now in class, everything's going well, but you got to think about the next semester. You got to make sure that your payments have been taken care of at the finance, because if you don't, you can't register. And then if you can't register, you don't get into the courses you want to. So there's those kind of things that if you were on a campus, you have an RA or you have other mechanisms around you that keep you on the straight and narrow, but our community colleges don't have that. And that's something that
That's true.
really needs to be supported. So that's something. And then also, just as the mayor of New Britain, I mean, you recognize and see the workforce.
Mm.
You see what your city needs, which I think gives you a leg up as a region to look at, where's the next curricula needed, so that we can start doing those online courses, because the students are going to be Connecticut residents and families.
Yep.
And so we need to kind of build it
Yeah.
out for those purposes.
Technology is a huge one. Science, engineering, and technology. I mean, Central just spent a lot of money on a school, and we need to make sure that it's filled.
Right. Well, again, thank you very much. I know you'll do an outstanding job, and good luck.
Thank you for your confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mayor. Congratulations on your nomination. Understanding that you're going to be serving on a board with other regions, what would you like to personally accomplish during your time on the board?
It's funny that you asked that. So one of the first things that I said to one of the employees of the board, I said, I'd love to go on a tour of all the facilities. And she looked at me like I had 17 heads. She's like, well, that's a lot. And I'm like, well, I think, I want to get to know every campus. What are the needs of each campus? Because it is very different. And I think, I'm coming on at a very interesting time with the merger, which has been the crux of the conversation of most of the meetings that I've attended thus far. And it is an interesting time to reinvent the Connecticut State College and University system, and really look at how to function together as a unit instead of in separate silos. So I really hope that if it's one thing that I can accomplish, it's to help kind of tie a bow on that merger and really give everybody throughout the entire state clear expectations of what they can expect from the Connecticut State University system moving forward, now that it's all kind of together under one umbrella.
Again, congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for your willingness to do this.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments? And looking at our virtual world, I see no hands up. So with that, I have one last question. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No, I think everybody knows it all.
Well, I appreciate that very much. Thanks for spending your morning with us today. Look forward to supporting you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, and seeing no other business on the public hearing agenda, I will close this meeting out. All right, with that, I will officially call to order the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Thursday, March 2nd to order. We have three items on the agenda. The first item is a House resolution for review, the appointment or the reappointment of Thomas Sadie of Danbury to be Commissioner of Veterans Affairs. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion made by Representative Quinn. Is there a second?
Second,
Second by Representative Yakarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Representative Godfrey. Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino, yes, thank you.
Representative Arnone.
Representative, excuse me, Arnone votes yes.
Thank you. Representative D'Agostino. Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Nuccio. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rutigliano. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is a Senate resolution. It's the appointment of Dr. Ellen Solik of Bristol to be appointed as the Executive Director of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System. Is there a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Motion,
Second.
motion made by Senator Duff, seconded by Senator Kelly. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Senator Looney is absent. Senator Kelly.
Yes.
Senator Fonfara. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Martin.
Yes.
Senator Moore. Senator Summers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And last item on the agenda is a Senate joint resolution for review. It's the nomination of Aaron E. Stewart of New Britain to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Kelly. Is there a second?
Second.
Second,
Second by Senator Martin. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Senator Looney. Senator Godfrey. Oh, Representative Godfrey, sorry. I'm not the only one making that mistake today. Senator Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino, yes.
Representative Arnone. Representative D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Martin.
Yes.
Senator Moore. Representative Nuccio. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rutigliano. Senator Summers. That's
All right.
all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we will leave the votes open till 4 o'clock today. And with that, we'll stand in recess.
Hi, Representative. Can you hear me?
Hi, Wendy, how are you?
Let's see if this works. If not, we could do the nod thing. Oops.
I'm ready when you are.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Nice. Speakers.
No, it's not that. It's a tech
All
issue.
right. We're gonna do the nod.
Do thumbs up and thumbs
Aaron
down.
Stewart of New Britain to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
Dr. Ellen Solek of Bristol to be appointed as Executive Director of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that was Senate. And Thomas Dottie of Danbury to be reappointed as Commissioner of Veterans Affairs.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Wendy.
Hearings on the 7th and 9th. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hi,
Hello.
Simon. Can you hear me?
Can you
Because
hear me?
I can't hear you. Hang on one sec.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay.
One sec. On my. Earbuds work. Maybe my earbuds will work.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
I can. Can you hear me?
But I can't hear you. I don't know what the deal is.
Want me to, I'll sign off
Let's
and
do this. How about if I read them to you and then you can nod? Yes, exactly. Okay. Dr. Ellen Solek of Bristol to be appointed as Executive Director of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System.
yes.
Okay. Erin Stewart of New Britain to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
And the other one is house only. So thank you so much. Sorry
Thank you so
about
much.
this.
You're welcome.
We'll just wait. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just had trouble hearing, or someone had trouble hearing me before. Did you end up getting the link?
I did, yes. For some reason, my email was delayed and it came in like after.
Okay, I gave you my cell phone just in case you have a problem. Just text me and
Thank
I
you.
can send you an invite right away.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so we have Thomas Dottie of Danbury to be reappointed as Commissioner of Veterans Affairs.
Yes,
And Erin Stewart of New Britain to be a member of the Board of Regents for higher ed.
absolutely, yes.
And that's it. We have a hearing on the 7th and another on the 9th. Both will have 6.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Wendy. I know. All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Hi, Senator.
Hi, Wendy.
How are you?
I missed all of it, huh?
I have for you Erin Stewart of New Britain to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
And just one more. Dr. Ellen Solik of Bristol to be appointed as Executive Director of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System.
Yes.
And that's it.
Did I miss anything this week?
No, that was it. There will be a hearing and meeting on the 7th and the 9th, 6 each.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.